And we're back.
Just over 2 minutes until the Natural Born Thrillers Northern Pikes game.
My name is Trip Vicious.
I am Fleur de Lethal.
And let's introduce these skaters. I'll start with the Natural Born Thrillers. On that roster, we have 083 She-Hulk, 101 Craftermath, 13 Reaper, 2104 Nailbender, 22 Bradass, 259 Nemesis, 27 Murderous Muffin, 308 Nap Attack, 52 Devnull, 640 Cinderfella, 710 Peacemaker, 747 Wrecker, 88 Downhill, 911 Wolfblade Jr., and 934 Hermione Danger.
Skating in white, the Northern Pikes Saskatoon Roller Derby League. We have 1010 Bell, 138 Cutie Sly, 15 No Elbows, 191 Rhubarb Crispy, 201 Curb Stompin' Colshaw, 21 Pterodactyl, 222 Labadie, 239 The Mystic, 369 Dynamite.
I think it's Dana.
Dynamite, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dana. 474 Hell Woods, 64 Goldeneye, 665 Crazy D, 85 Abolisher, 87 Kitty Creamer, 89 Pip, 91 Mac and Squeeze, and 92 Dark Wheel Duck.
And those are our skaters for this round of roller derby today at Flat Track Fever 2025. And let's see if we can read the jerseys of our officials, because we don't have a list. We've got Hunky Dorky, Pamtera, all of the others I can't read.
Snow.
Okay.
Dodger.
We're going to make sure that we try and read the backs of all of those jerseys to let you know who's officiating today's games, because we couldn't do it without them.
Oh, I see Short Fuse over there.
You do indeed.
Thank you, as always, to all of our officials, skating, non-skating, all of our volunteers. It truly takes a village to make a derby happen. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Lining up for the start of this game, we have Bradass and Goldeneye, I believe.
That's true. Goldeneye for the Northern Parks in white. Bradass for the Natural Born Thrillers in black.
I'm not sure if we have a list of our bench staff either, or an updated or current list, but
yay and thank you to all of our bench staff and coaches. We couldn't do it without you. Would y'all mind not being in front of the table?
Excuse us.
Would you mind not being in front of the table?
Excuse us.
Me?
Hey.
Hi. Hi. Excuse me. Would you mind not being in front of the table? Thank you. Out at lead jammer, we have Goldeneye coming around the pack, looking to score, taking the inside.
Bradass
Catching
still
those
working his
4
way
points.
at the back of the pack.
A fall to the inside, but with only one hand out of bounds, still inside, squeaking up that inside line.
I'm going to watch a replay of that later, too.
Incredibly smart and knowledgeable jamming there.
A jammer is not considered out of bounds with just one hand out of bounds of the track guidelines.
Northern Pikes starting out with 8 points on the board, keeping the Natural Born Thrillers to 0 at this time.
Don't forget that this is streaming. You can watch the stream live. So if you are interested in what's happening on the other track, you can be watching both games at once. Or you can watch this later thanks to Stream Systems technology.
Little bit of a discussion on the inside is about to prompt an official timeout.
Do you know what's really fun?
Tell me, Trip, what is really fun?
A beach party.
Beach party!
I'm certainly looking forward to later, 7 p.m., the Shenanigans game, a fundraising game. We're going to talk to you a little bit about what's happening with that. You will be able to purchase as many
Shenanigans!
As many rules as you wish to support your team for the game. We'll talk about what those purchases look like in a minute, but that should be super fun. I'm coming in a costume. Are you, Lethal?
I am absolutely coming in a costume, and I highly encourage everyone to lean into that theme and have a really good pool party time. Get that zinc oxide out.
I might kick it old school and just lube myself up with some coconut oil. You know, I hear the UV inside this building isn't bad, so.
Safety is sexy. Some shout outs to our sponsors. Our jam line today is sponsored by Full Mobility Chiropractic. Our pivot line sponsored by Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop. And penalty boxes sponsored by Gen U Wine.
Hey, you know what? A really good endorsement for Full Mobility Chiropractic was Bradass keeping himself planked on one hand outside of the track there. Oh, wait. Full Mobility Chiropractic is Bradass.
What? Do you think that Bradass adjusts himself?
I've seen him do it. Not gonna lie. Do you think he can hear us?
Hey, Bradass, if you can hear us, give us a little wave.
Nah, he's in deep discussion with bench coach Riceball.
Hi, Riceball.
Well, since we still seem to have a minute here, we can talk a little bit more about this Shenanigans game. Don't miss it. It looks like it's going to be so much fun. You can purchase rules with cash or card from the CCRD merch table and purchase rules for the game.
What's some of the rules that you can buy?
You can buy a cannonball where blockers and pivots start between the jam line and pivot line with both toe stops touching either the inside or outside track line. What?
Thank you so much. We have to wait to tell them. That was an official review from the Northern Pikes. They were seeking an illegal contact from the jammer, and they were successful in that. So not only will Bradass be starting the next jam in the box, but the Northern Pikes will retain their official review to use again during this period.
And the jam is on with Bradass in the box and the Mystic on the track for the Northern Pikes.
Getting up the inside line, the Mystic is your lead jammer during this power jam for Northern Pikes.
Coming back around for a scoring pass now. The Mystic is looking for some offense. Knocked to the outside and quickly back on the track. Again, knocked to the outside, but back into the pack behind the skater that initiated that contact and was able to make it out while Bradass snuck through with an apex jump.
Wrecker being sent to the box will leave the Natural Born Thrillers starting in a down situation at the start. They will have 2 blockers to Northern Pikes 4.
By the looks of it, it looks like Devnell maybe has about a second left on that penalty because he almost he's holding up 2 fingers. So my guess is he's got 2 seconds left. He almost exited the box before the jam was called off.
Nemesis on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. Labadie for Northern Pikes. Labadie up the inside line for lead jammer. With some toe stop hops, Nemesis is quick to join. Staying inside on a single toe stop. We get the call off from Labadie. 3 points earned in that jam. Next up on the line for the Thrillers, we have Wolf Blade Jr. And for Northern Pikes, we have Curb Stompin' Coleslaw.
And Kirby makes it out the front of the pack first for lead jammer, followed closely behind by Wolf Blade Jr. The pack is moving swiftly.
Wrecker out of the box in the back, looking to do some damage.
Looks like none of those blockers want to do any blocking right now.
Both jammers out, but only 2 points picked up by the Natural Born Thrillers, 0 for Northern Pikes.
Put some points on the board for the Natural Born Thrillers, 2-15 now, at 26 minutes left in this period.
Back on the line, Nap Attack for the Natural Born Thrillers, Golden Eye for the Northern Pikes.
Let's give some love to those blockers. We've got Cinderfella and Downhill also on the track for the Natural Born Thrillers. Not sure who else is out there, but I got those ones.
Pushing up the inside line, Golden Eye is your lead jammer. Who's that penalty? Okay.
Downhill head to the box for the Natural Born Thrillers.
With an out of play at the front, GoldenEye is freed with 4 points.
And an attempted helmet cover pass there was thwarted as the jammer was knocked out of bounds, unable to complete that pass. GoldenEye exiting the front of the pack again for another 4 points.
Pivot Cutie Sly on the way to the penalty box. Leaving the Northern Pikes a little shy on blockers on the track. GoldenEye making their way around with Nap Attack right behind, both on scoring passes. And an apex attempt by Nap Attack shut down by Northern Pikes.
That was one of those quick attempts while the whistles were going at the end of a jam. Unable to stop that one.
Crazy D with that excellent little tap right out.
On the track right now for the Northern Pikes, we have the Mystic jamming.
For Natural Born Thrillers, we have Bradass, who is out quickly, lead jammer. The Mystic out on a scoring pass. Bradass following quickly behind, seeing if they can catch up.
And the penalty box is a little bit busy here. Only 2 blockers out right now for the Natural Born Thrillers, but still managing to create some very good defensive plays.
Both jammers pushing through that pack, out again, picking up 4 points each. Jammers looking to do a little bit of clearing. Wow, Bradass throws the Mystic to the outside.
That's why our front row seats are considered the splash zone.
Bradass calling it off.
Don't sit in the front row if you don't want a derby skater in your lap.
12 points in that jam to the Natural Born Thrillers, 4 for Northern Pikes.
I don't know if you noticed in the last jam, Lethal, but those OPRs were skating so fast to keep up with this pack.
We have some incredibly talented refs on this crew. Remember, they have to skate just as hard as anyone on the track.
I know, common myth that the referees are refereeing because they're not interested in playing roller derby or don't have the athleticism. And the truth is, they're incredibly athletic.
Out for Northern Pikes, Labadie has lead. Nemesis for Natural Born Thrillers pushing up the front, gets through on the inside line, and gives chase.
Some really good
Labadie
offense.
passing the final blocker at the front, picking up 4 points for that call-off.
That was assisted by some really good offense from Dark Whale Duck. You know what's interesting about these two teams is a lot of them know each other, so there's a lot of chatter on the track and as they're leaving the track discussing what's happening out there. We've got Wolfblade Jr. and Curb Stompin'.
Curb Stompin' Coleshaw.
We call her Kirby.
Kirby, I love that.
And
Wolfblade Jr. at the front, picking up lead.
And Kirby just wrecking ball through that pack. And unfortunately, some of that wrecking ball action obviously led to a penalty.
That was a high block penalty on Kirby there. Wolfblade Jr. skating on through, picking up 4 points.
And Bradass also heading to the box as a pivot.
That genuine penalty box seeing some action in this game.
Wolfblade Jr. using Nap Attack as a human shield through the pack. You'll see a lot of these jammers in this game are playing blocking positions and vice versa. Makes them super versatile and able to be a help to the other members of their team. Kirby out again, making their way through the pack.
Sneaking out of the pack backwards. Wolfblade Jr. calls off that jam. 12 points for that jam, keeping Northern Pikes at 0.
Managing to clear the box with that call off. We have a full contingent of blockers and jammers on the track right now.
On the jammer line, we have Goldeneye for Northern Pikes and Nailbender for Natural Born Thrillers. Nailbender attempts a run up the inside line and is shut down, recycled to the back of the pack. Goldeneye now pushing the front wall of 4 defensive blockers from the Thrillers. Toe stop out and on the floor. This is going to be a little challenging for anyone missing that toe stop. With an illegal contact call, we are going to see Goldeneye serving a penalty in the genuine penalty box. Power jam for the Natural Born Thrillers and Nailbender.
And I believe it's Goldeneye that's missing the toe stop.
But we were able to restore it to Goldeneye, so they will have it when they're out of the box.
Some pit stop repairs happening on the fly there. It's not surprising that Goldeneye lost that toe stop. He was pushing so hard through that tripod. Nailbender hit to the inside, recycled to the back of the pack, making another attempt.
That was Pip with that excellent hit to the in and drawback. We are seeing Goldeneye back into the box. Power jam continues for Nailbender and the Natural Born Thrillers.
Nailbender recycled back to the pack once more. Looking for some offense to help him get through that pack. Dark Wheel Duck taking a penalty for direction of gameplay.
Nailbender decides to go ahead and call that off, gifting the next line with a power start and a blocker advantage.
It's the pivot in the box for the Northern Pikes. It's a good opportunity for the jammer and the pivot to make a plan. Little penalty box conference, perhaps.
Brad Ass on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers is your Power Jam jammer. Pushing through with some help from the blockers is lead jammer.
Goldeneye back on the track for the Northern Pikes. Manages to make his way through the pack for his initial pass.
Brad Ass through for 4 points, is chasing Goldeneye up. Checking to the bench, they're going to keep this jam going. With
Brad
a bump and a run up the line, a call off.
Advantage to the Natural Born Thrillers with a 4-2 pass, resulting in an 8-2 jam. It's an incredibly close game. I hadn't looked at the score for a little while. 38-37.
1 point game.
This
Incredible.
is a great roller derby, you guys. We're privileged to have so many different brackets of roller derby this weekend, and so many different styles are displayed with the different groups of roller derby skaters.
Nemesis on the line for the Thrillers. The Mystic for Northern Pikes is out and lead.
Crafter Math acting like a jammer to deliver offense for Nemesis, unsuccessful.
Nemesis picking up a cut track, giving Northern Pikes this power jam. The Mystic taking advantage of this is going to see a lead change to Northern Pikes.
With a game this close, any jammer penalty can really change the outlook of the game for both teams.
Running up that inside, picking up 4 more points, calling the jam off. Another gift to their next lineup of a power start.
You know, I like to go and watch live music, and I'm quite often distracted by, like, the drummers or the sound guy, like the people that don't often get the love. And I'm just going to invite you all to watch the skating skills of these referees. It's super entertaining. You might miss some of the games, or parts of the game, but it's worth it.
You will not be sorry for watching that athleticism. On the track now, Nemesis for the Natural Born Thrillers and Labadie for Northern Pikes. Labadie has been awarded lead, recycled a little bit behind. 2 blockers to beat, 3 blockers to beat, and a cut track penalty assessed. Labadie in the box. This will be a 2-minute jam. Nemesis out on a scoring pass.
Wrecker headed to the box for the Natural Born Thrillers.
Nemesis coming up the back, looking for some offensive help.
Helmet cover comes off, and they make it through the pack without having to make a pass.
Picking up 2 points on that pass. When the helmet cover is not on, you are not scoring points. Labadie back out and fighting at the back of the pack. Labadie out. Initial pass completed there.
And it looks like there was a completed helmet cover pass. Wolfblade Jr. is your new jammer. We're going to have a really long jam here.
Running up the outside, Wolfblade Jr. putting 4 more points up on the board.
With only 16 seconds left in this jam. Still some opportunities to score points for both teams.
Stretching out the pack is going to see a no pack, letting Labadie get through for another scoring pass. 4 points, Labadie. The jam comes to its natural conclusion. 13 points in that jam picked up by the Natural Born Thrillers, 4 for Northern Pikes.
And I believe we had another lead change there.
Lead change for the Thrillers.
If you're into drinking games, grab yourself a big tall glass of water.
Hydration station.
I'm going to have a drink for that lead change.
Kirby on the line for Northern Pikes. Nap attack for the Thrillers. Both jammers out, but it's Nap attack who is the lead jammer. With a hit out by Kirby, recycling Nap attack back, going to establish themselves at the front. Waiting as their blockers jockey for position to decide whether or not Nap attack is going to call that or keep going. Jammer on jammer action, always one of my favorite things to watch. Nap attack has had enough, says, nope, gonna call this jam off, keep it at a 0-0, and we get to start anew the next jam.
I wonder if the jammers enjoy it as much as we do.
I hope so. They sure were smiling out there.
And a shout out to my pit crew that delivered me a delicious cup of hot tea.
The Mystic on the line for Northern Pikes. Brad Ass for the Natural Born Thrillers is out, lead jammer.
The Mystic fighting their way through the pack, ending up on the outside of the track.
Brad Ass out for 4 points. The Thrillers doing an incredible job of defense and recycling.
It was one of those moments that I never like to be a part of, where you watch somebody deliver offense into their own skater, creating an opportunity for the jammer. Brad S definitely capitalizing on that.
The Mystic getting out in front, completes their initial pass.
It was
followed by
incredibly
Brad
hard
Ass, who's going to call that off.
Love a hard-fought battle like that. The Mystic did not give up.
Very powerful jam for the Thrillers, putting up 16 points and extending their lead. Shout out to that giant sandwich walking by in front of me. That looks great.
That sandwich was the size of my head.
Dev Null on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. GoldenEye for the Northern Pikes.
I think that's the first time we've seen Dev Null on the full mobility chiropractic jam line. And
living for this jammer on jammer action. Dev Null attempting a cycle back. GoldenEye not falling for it. Says you go first.
Creating an opportunity for a speedy start to the blocking on this jam. GoldenEye awarded lead jammer status.
We've got a Thrillers blocker being called off the track on a penalty. They will start their next jam down. Northern Pikes picking up some points in that jam. 2 points issued by the jam ref. Getting a timeout called by Northern Pikes to go ahead and regroup a little.
If I am correct, I believe that the blocker for the Natural Born Thrillers, Hermione Danger, has been issued 2 penalties for not leaving the track quickly enough when that penalty was called. So the Northern Pikes will have a full 1 minute advantage at the beginning of the next jam.
Trip, do you remember when all penalties used to be a full minute?
You know, I have feelings of nostalgia for that time. Sometimes the 30 seconds doesn't give me a chance to catch my breath.
But it sure made for some excellent power jams, 40, 50 points.
We were also playing a flat four wall at that time, so it was pretty easy to get through the pack.
And then we discovered you can actually brace a teammate. Game changer.
And play offense.
Getting back to the track here. Natural Born Thrillers at 67, Northern Pikes 53. We've got Wolfblade Jr. out there for the Thrillers, Labadie for Northern Pikes. Labadie looking for some daylight on the inside. Wolfblade Jr. being sent to the box for illegal contact. Power jam, Northern Pikes. Labadie pressing past Bradass gets lead.
Bradass trying to move that pack forward.
Labadie coming around. Hanging on by a toe stop on the outside. 4 points.
Labadie choosing to go through that pack with no offense and being really successful.
Wolfblade Jr. back on the pack, out for their initial.
Labadie looking to the bench for some direction and being told to call off the jam while still at a points advantage.
Really closing up that gap. 8 points in that jam puts Northern Pikes at 65 to Natural Born Thrillers 67. 2-point game. This is as good as Derby gets, y'all.
I haven't been paying attention to those lead changes. I've just been sipping my tea anyway. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for those lead changes. I want to hear you shout when it happens.
Natural Born Thrillers has Nemesis on the line. Kirby back for the Northern Pikes.
I like it when you know the shortened version of a name so you don't have to say that whole mouthful.
Kirby out, lead jammer. Nemesis recycled to the back, tiptoeing through that inside line, back out to the outside. Love that zigzag toe stop work out on initial.
Excellent footwork by Nemesis on the outside there, jumping onto their toe stop, staying in bounds.
Kirby exiting the front of the pack backwards, calls it off. 4 more points.
No, I'm talking over you too. It's fine. Okay. Don't worry about it. You're lovely. You're perfect. I think that's another lead change.
Lead change. Northern Pikes up now by 2.
Hydrate.
Wolfblade Jr. on the line for the Thrillers. GoldenEye for Northern Pikes. But it's Wolfblade Jr. out with lead. GoldenEye right next to him.
Got a bit of a jammer race. We'll see if they decide to let it go.
Blockers deciding how they want to set up for both jammers entering at the same time.
And again, keep an eye on these fast-moving packs and how quickly those referees have to skate to keep up.
Jam gets called off 0-0. Some great high fives on the track from our pivots from both teams.
We've got a clear box again for the start of this jam.
The Mystic up for Northern Pikes. Bradass jamming for the Natural Born Thrillers. We're seeing the Mystic run up the inside line. Lead jammer, Bradass running up that outside. Maybe wanting a penalty, not going to get it this time. The Mystic running through, calling it off. 2 points for the Mystic, keeping Bradass at 0 for that jam. This is a game of just onesie, twosie points, just grinding it out. That's how you win games.
I think we've seen this matchup before. Wolfblade Jr. and Labadie. Labadie knocked to the inside, having to recycle back, but working their way through the pack. Wolfblade Jr. playing a little bit of defense there. But
around the outside, Labadie for lead jammer.
Quickly followed behind by Wolfblade Jr. trying to stop Labadie from closing that gap and getting those points.
Northern Pikes trying to give some offense. Labadie hit to the out as they're calling it off. No points.
That was a great attempt at getting some points, though, indicating to their jam ref that they were going to call it off, putting their hips into place, but not being able to shut that play down and get points.
That was Reaper with that hit, forceful hit to the outside, protecting all of the points. Nemesis on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. Kirby back for Northern Pikes.
We only got 3 minutes left in this period. It's gone pretty quickly, hasn't it, Lethal? And Kirby out for lead again. Nailbender attempting to shut them down at the last-ditch effort. Failed. Nemesis really working hard.
Kirby with some great help from Crazy D is through the pack, scoring points. But Nemesis is out, so Kirby calls that jam off.
Actually, I don't think Kirby called it off. I think it was called for a injury.
That's right, thank you. We're gonna pause, make sure everybody is safe and okay before we move on with this game. Gonna take a second here to remind you that there is a raffle going on with some amazing raffle prizes with generous donations from the Carriage House, Callaway Park, Fit Set Ninja Calgary, Notable, and the Hangar Museum.
And out on the track for jammers, we have Bradass for the Northern Natural Born Thrillers and the Mystic for Northern Pikes. Getting ready for the start of this jam. Bradass threading his way through, spinning and staying in bounds on the outside there with some fantastic footwork. The Mystic still working on getting out of the back.
Bradass with a huge hit to the Mystic, tossing them out before running into the Northern Pikes wall, right through them. 4 points, Bradass. Bradass through again for 4 more points. The Mystic right behind, ready to start their scoring pass. Bradass hitting the back, calling it off. 3 more points picked up by Bradass. That's 11 points for Natural Born Thrillers, that jam to Northern Pike 0. That is a lead change. Natural Born Thrillers up 78 to Northern Pike 75. Drink that water, Trip.
I'm going to have tea if you don't mind. We've got 2 blockers in the penalty box for the Natural Born Thrillers, so they will be starting at a disadvantage.
At the start of this, we've got Golden Eye knocked to the outside. Wolfblade Jr. toe stops on the outside around for lead jammer. Golden Eye spinning around, also out of the pack on their initial. Wolfblade knocked to the inside, looking to pick up some points.
All with a big smile on his face.
Calling it off, picking up those 4 points, 0 to Northern Pikes. Labadie back on the line for Northern Pikes. We've got Nemesis for Natural Born Thrillers. Little party up on the pivot line, sponsored by Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop.
I think there's going to be a lot of parties on the pivot line at the Shenanigans game later, so don't forget that's happening at 7 o'clock tonight.
Labadie around the outside is declared lead jammer.
Round the outside, round the outside. Now I'm quoting song lyrics. It's been a long day.
Nemesis serving some time in the box.
Labadie pushing all those blockers, stretching out the pack, creating an opportunity to work on only one blocker at the end of that pass.
Back on the track, right into the Northern Pikes tripod. Sneaks up the inside line. Initial pass completed. Labadie not calling it off. Skates through, 4 more points. Trying to run this jam a little bit.
Labadie through for another scoring pass, looking to the bench, being told to call it off for another 4 points, making that a 16-point jam, maybe more. I'm waiting to see if those 4 points change it, but we've got a 91 to 82. Is that another lead change?
That is a lead change. Grab that tee. Right at the end of that jam, too, we saw Nemesis penalty in the box now.
I'm going to be positively hydrated here with all these lead changes. I'm telling you right now, that's a fantastic game going on.
With some discussion over there at the penalty box, we'll see what the outcome is.
Regardless of what happens, we have reached the halftime of this game with a score of 85 to 91. This is a heck of a game, folks. Don't go away. Stick around or come back. Halftime clock says 15 minutes, but it may be only 10 minutes, so don't go too far. Don't forget to take this time to shop around to our vendors. Lots of things to buy, to see, some fundraising opportunities to support some of these athletes going on to play in other tournaments and competitions, including World Cup competitions.
Also, check out the Chinook merch table where you can bid to pie a coach. Today it will be pieing a coach. So if you would like to get out some aggression and toss some sweets in the face of your coach, pop by that Chinook merch table.
When the mouth is literally called a pie hole.
Trip, if you took a pie to the face, would you just try to eat your way out of it?
I most certainly would. I suppose it would depend on the kind of pie. I'm not a big fan of like a liver pie or liver and onion type pie. But I would take some key lime.
I hope that the pies they use are not British in nature.
They are known for their pies. I'm just not getting down with steak and kidney, that's all I'm saying. Again, take this opportunity to make your way over to the Chinook merch table where you can bid on a pie, a coach fundraiser. I just wanted to let you know who those coaches were that were up for the pie throwing. We've got Wolfblade Jr., a.k.a. the jumpy one, Pay the Pain, a.k.a. the serious one, and Cinderfella, a.k.a. the new guy. You'll see two of those skaters skating with the Natural Born Thrillers right now. So this is and there's like, it's expensive actually to buy some of this. I'm like, $2 or something would be good, you know? Okay, so it's.
We did one of those at Rose called Whose Jam Is It Anyway? It's the same concept.
I do like this one. Jammer must wear a pool floaty for the entire jam.
I like this one because I would want to be the shark. They'll skate for any team. They just fuck shit up.
That one costs $5. If you do the don't sink one, also, yeah, you've got to pass the pool floaty when you pass the star. If you do a star pass, which I would try and do, like just for the entertainment of the team, right?
Take the floaty.
Or you can switch the scores. That one, that's $20. You can see that happening multiple times.
Sure, whoever's running scoreboard is like gonna have fun.
Oh my god. Well, all of it. It's all gonna fuck shit up, right? One blocker no longer follows pack rules, can leave engagement zone and engage with the jammer anywhere.
Oh, I didn't.
Aw, love Stabby. And we're back. We've got less than 1 minute till the end of the halftime here. I hope everybody got themselves a cup of tea or a bottle of water or a nice cold sarsaparilla, because we got a lot of lead changes coming up, I'm sure.
A very close game. We have got the Natural Born Thrillers in black on the track. Northern Pikes out there wearing white. We are starting this half with Northern Pikes 91 to Natural Born Thrillers 85. Anyone's game at this point. It's been a very exciting time out here at track 1 of Flat Track Fever.
The blockers that had been in the penalty box prior to the start of the halftime have made their way back there.
Looks like the penalty that was assessed to the Natural Born Thrillers jammer at the end of last half has been recalled. We are starting with 1 blocker pivot for Natural Born Thrillers in the box, 1 blocker for Northern Pikes in the box.
Three-on-three even matched blocker contingent on the track. Over on track 2, they're sitting at the halftime now. In case you wanted to know, a little update, score update, the NF Bombs at 152, the Dark Sky Starlets at 27. That's your sanctioned game on track 2 at the halftime right now. But don't forget, you can watch this game and stream the other one, or vice versa. Get all the Derby all the time. Overload on Derby. Can you get too much Derby, Lethal?
There is no such thing. Derby while you derby, so you can derby some more Derby. Watch it on the feed while you're playing on the track.
I'd like to see that.
We are getting ready to start this jam. We've got Kirby out there for Northern Pikes. We've got Bradass on the line for Natural Born Thrillers.
And Bradass popping quickly out of the front of the pack to get lead jammer status, while Kirby, taking advantage of some excellent offense, sneaks through on the inside line.
Bradass looks for that jump, does make that jump, gets those points, calls it off. 4 points, Natural Born Thrillers.
Gives us a dab as he leaves the track. I don't know how much height that was, but we should make that measurable somehow.
Got an official time out here. Great time to remind you about the Shenanigans game tonight here on track 1. It is a pool party theme. Come in your best pool party attire and you can actually pay to impact the game.
I'm really liking the don't sink rule, where the jammer must wear a pool floaty for the entire jam. But even to make it more complicated, they have to pass the pool floaty if they pass the star.
I'm really looking forward to this shark rule. After the jam whistle, a shark is released. They don't even skate for any team. They don't count for points. And if they do get a penalty, they're removed. I like the chaos of that. I'd like a third player on there, not affiliated with any team, just there to cause some chaos and mayhem.
Oh, this is going to be 100% chaos. You can count on that. There's a risky business party rule where the jammer must wear sunglasses for the entire jam. Also must pass the glasses if a star pass is completed. I don't know. I actually think that I wouldn't mind wearing sunglasses sometimes while playing roller derby.
You know, some people have tinted visors. It kind of feels like that. And there are a lot of bright lights in this venue, so I feel all right about it. I'm looking forward to the lifeguard as well. With that rule, one blocker doesn't have to follow pack rules. They can leave the engagement zone and engage with the jammer anywhere. It's kind of like when you have a jammer who's on the track acting as a blocker and they forget that the pack exists. I'm just kidding. I love you, jammers. Thank you for taking the hat so I don't have to. Don't forget that for the tournament, there is an MVP prize. There's voting on the Facebook event through a Google form. There's a $250 gift certificate on the line. Vote for your favorite MVP for the tournament.
Are we allowed to campaign for that? I want that prize.
Back on the track, we've got Wolfblade Jr. for the Natural Born Thrillers, GoldenEye for Northern Pikes. Wolfblade Jr. is out the front. Lead Jammer followed very closely by GoldenEye.
I feel like those jam refs have to have laser vision with the footwork they're seeing to make sure all of that stays legal.
Wolfblade Jr. pivoting their hips around, trying to capture some points before they call it off. 1 point stolen by Northern Pikes.
I know if you're a non-skater in this building, you might not realize how warm it actually is in here. For those of us skating, there's some bench support happening there on the Northern Born Thrillers. A gigantic fan.
Labadie on the line for Northern Pikes. Brad Ass for the Natural Born Thrillers. Brad Ass toe stopping on the inside line, lead jammer. Labadie skirting around the outside, out on initial. Brad Ass looking to capture some points. Calling the jam off, but not before picking up all 4 points. We have a lead change. Natural Born Thrillers up now by 1, 93 to 92. Drink that tea.
Don't mind if I do. That last point scoring pass for Bradas was really interesting because I think he passed the hips of those skaters multiple times before he was able to clear the front of the pack.
Wolfblade Jr. on the line for Natural Born Thrillers. The Mystic for Northern Pikes.
Devnell delivering some cannonball offense to create opportunities for Wolfblade.
The Mystic out lead jammer. Wolfblade Jr. fighting at the front. Does get out on initial. The Mystic looking for some offensive help. Skating into that very fast pack. Passing some hips, calling it off. 2 points for the Mystic.
I think the Mystic is like magnetically drawn to that little area outside the ref lane.
I hope that photographer is getting some really excellent shots coming right at them.
I hope that those fans sitting in that area right outside the ref lane are the Mystic fans.
Nap attack on the line for Natural Born Thrillers.
Wait, was
Kirby
that
back
another
for
lead
Northern
change?
Pikes. It sure was a lead change.
Drink up.
I'm loving this back and forth. Kirby out the front, lead jammer.
And Nap Attack sneaking up the inside line, putting some pressure on Kirby.
Kirby looking to pick up some quick points. Passing, getting knocked to the inside line, calling it off, but picking up 3 points in the process.
Seen some really smart call-off techniques here by these jammers, turning their bodies to get their hips in front, calling it off quickly before the other jammer has a chance to score points.
Seen some really good offensive moves that are kind of helping keep these jammers getting out right after the other. Something's happening. Bradass on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. Golden Eye out lead jammer for Northern Pikes. Bradass shrugging off some hits on the inside, is out on initial. Golden Eye coming up the back. Passing all the
Bradass
blockers,
wasting no
calling
time,
it off.
hoping to get a
taking
point or
that
2,
4
but was
points.
denied.
Leaving Bradass unable to score in that jam.
Looks like we've got Labadie up there again for the Northern Pikes. Wolfblade Jr. for the Natural Born Thrillers.
The Natural Born Thrillers will start this jam with their pivot in the box.
Officials taking the time to confirm things, have a little discussion. Next whistle will start the jam. Slow, impatient start to this jam. Waiting for an opportunity to appear. And Labadie finds it on the outside. My mom always told me patience was a virtue.
Wolfblade Jr. dancing around the front of the pack, gets out on initial. Labadie decides to call that jam off. 4 points, Northern Pikes. One more blocker from the Natural Born Thrillers reporting to the Genuine penalty box.
I don't
This
think
will
we've
see-
seen more than a 10 points differential in the score for a while. Northern Pikes are kind of eking it out.
The Mystic jamming for Northern Pikes. Bradass for Natural Born Thrillers. Bradass hitting the Mystic to the out, pulling that drawback. The Mystic not choosing to follow. Northern Pikes seeing if they can skate forward, put a little pressure on Bradass.
Blockers making the trip to score or to make the initial pass much longer this time.
And with that very slow start, we have cleared the penalty box. All blockers now back on the track. Bradass sprinting forward, followed by the Mystic. No initial has happened yet, so lead is open. Not anymore, Bradass is lead.
Bradass looking to make up the difference in score this time.
The Mystic on a track cut, heading to the box, is going to give Bradass a power jam with the Natural Born Thrillers.
Oh, but wait. Now we have a race for the box.
Bradass also called on a penalty. The quick sits of both jammers will see them both released back on the track.
In that
Bradass
case, whoever
through.
sits first gets to leave first, and that's why there was such a race for
With
that.
no lead, we will see this jam go the full 2 minutes. Both
Good,
jammers
22
scoring. Bradass hanging onto the inside line.
This will be a full 2-minute jam because both of the jammers did spend some time in the box, and we are down to the last 8 seconds.
Lots of hard work by our blockers and jammers out there for a 2-minute jam. With the jam wrapping up, we see 8 points Natural Born Thrillers, 4 points Northern Pikes in that jam. Quite a low score for a 2-minute jam means lots of really excellent defense being played by both teams.
Well, and also that really delayed start.
Burn some time to get those blockers out of the box, why don't you? Wolfblade Jr. on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. We've got Kirby back for the Northern Pikes. Scrum start to see Wolfblade Jr. hitting Kirby out to the outside. Got a lot of jammer on jammer action this game.
I think they're just trying to prove a point at this stage of the game. Asserting dominance.
Wolfblade Jr. out for lead. Kirby being recycled to the back of the pack. Kirby round the outside, exiting on initial. Wolfblade Jr. tumbling through the pack, picking up 4 points.
Wolfie does like a spin move.
Checking in with the bench, Wolfie calls it off. With a clear penalty box, we will start this jam with all blockers, all jammers on the track. Bradass jamming for Natural Born Thrillers. GoldenEye for Northern Pikes.
Natural Born Thrillers within range of a lead change again, but losing lead jammer status to GoldenEye. Let's hear some noise. Natural Born Thrillers are your hometown team.
GoldenEye with an incredible hit to Bradass, knocking Bradass down, getting out of the pack, 4 points. Bradass struggling at the back and being recycled to the outside. Both jammers out now on scoring passes. GoldenEye with the lead will be in control of this jam. Fast moving pack here, everybody's skating around.
While the Northern Pikes have the lead, they want to also play the clock a little bit. The shorter that the game is, whilst they have lead, the more likely it is for them to finish with that lead still intact.
A great jam for the Northern Pikes sees them 11 points that jam to the Natural Born Thrillers 2.
Again, don't forget your Natural Born Thrillers are your hometown team, Calgary. Let's hear it for them.
Labadie on the line for Northern Pikes. Nemesis for the Natural Born Thrillers.
Northern Pikes hailing from Saskatchewan.
Nemesis out for lead jammer. Labadie getting some offensive help. Nemesis back in, sneaking up that inside line, 4 points.
Nemesis really good at taking advantages of the holes created.
Those jammers who only need 3 inches on the inside. Really incredible skating work.
We're back within 10 points of a points differential. Natural Born Thrillers within striking distance of creating another lead change, and I'm getting thirsty.
I think you're going to be running out of tea at the end of this. Wolfblade Jr. on the line for the Thrillers. The Mystic for the Northern Pikes. Slow start as we jockey for position.
Both jammers showing some patience, waiting for opportunities, and Wolfblade Jr. finds one.
The Mystic with 1 to beat at the front breaks out. Both jammers on scoring passes. Natural Born Thrillers. They call off the jam, throwing up some points. 2 points for Natural Born Thrillers in that jam.
At this stage in a game this close, 2 points is going to get you to where you want to be.
Timeout called by Natural Born Thrillers.
We're seeing some outstanding blockers by some of these skaters, some really smart moves. I've heard it described, and I will continue to describe Derby this way, as playing a game of chess whilst having bricks thrown at you.
I definitely finished some games feeling like I have had a few bricks thrown at me.
So imagine trying to manage all of the different elements of the game, the strategy, managing the clock, the other skaters, the opposing jammer, the opposing blockers, all whilst getting hit.
How many other sports do you know where they're playing offense and defense at the same time?
And live penalty calls.
With that timeout ending, we are seeing Bradass on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. Kirby back for Northern Pikes. Bradass starting with a little bit of a run-up.
They're sucking back onto the full mobility jam line. Both pushing their way through, creating a bit of chaos, and Bradass makes it out of the pack first. Gaining lead.
Kirby getting a great
And a
arm
nice
whip.
little whip. Yeah, we love a whip.
Picking up that speed to give chase to Bradass. Bradass goes for that jump, does not land it, calls off the jam. 1 point stolen by Kirby for the Northern Pikes.
That nice little whip at the end of that jam delivered by Abolisher. It's so great when you can see jammers and blockers working together to create advantage. I mean, we are doing that all of the time, but it's not always as easy to see.
Out on the track for the Northern Pikes, he is the terror that skates in the night. He is Dark Wheel Duck, pivoting for the Natural Born Thrillers. Nemesis jamming. Golden Eye for Northern Pikes. Jamming is lead out the front.
I really hope Ducky listens to the feedback or the feed later. Dark Wheel Duck hoping to catch a cut track penalty, but was unsuccessful. GoldenEye still hoping to score some points before calling the jam off.
Northern Pikes hoping to catch one for that call off. And they do.
Got a 13-point differential in this game. That is still very possible to make up. We're going to see a lot of low-scoring jams probably here while they keep trying to eke out their lead or decrease the lead for the Northern Pikes.
Both teams offering incredible offense to get those jammers out, even if they don't get lead, getting them out right away. Wolfblade Jr. on the line for Thrillers. Labadie for Northern Pikes. Labadie being recycled to the back of the pack. But shooting up that inside line, Labadie is your lead jammer.
I love this matchup.
Lots
of excellent
Jr.
footwork.
Defying all gravity, managing to stay in the lines on the outside is through Labadie, calling it off, grabbing those points.
It's a real testament to the incredible footwork of some of these jammers. When the blocker, Kitty Creamer there, went back 15 feet at the back of the pack, very convinced they had a cut track, but I'm here to tell you, some of these jammers have some footwork that will absolutely fool you.
The Mystic on the line for Northern Pikes, Bradass for the Thrillers. We've seen this pairing a lot during this game. But the Mystic, like a bullet, right out the front, lead jammer.
They're not going to make things easy for Bradass, using his shoulders all over the place to try and get past these blockers. Finally clears the pack, but the Mystic is already in the scoring position. Takes that opportunity to grab points while he can.
3 points picked up by the Mystic on that jam. Starting off, we've got Cinderfella for the Natural Born Thrillers, but Kirby for Northern Pikes is out and lead. Cinderfella right behind. This is Cinderfella's first jam of this game.
Cinderfella is one of the coaches that you can throw a pie in the face of. And Kirby calls it off to maintain a points advantage, which they do.
Northern Pikes trying to chip away and extend that lead over the Thrillers.
The Northern Pikes, I believe, made up of a bunch of skaters from various leagues in Saskatchewan.
Wolfblade Jr. on the line for the Natural Born Thrillers. Labadie for Northern Pikes.
Have you ever heard of the Northern Pikes, the band?
I have not.
Well, they were a great little Canadian band. I'll introduce you to them later.
Wolfblade Jr. out, but not lead. There was a no pass there as both skaters went out of the track. Lead is still open. We see a real big hit on Wolfblade Jr., but they are back up and fighting at the front of the pack. Wolfblade Jr. thrown to the outside is getting recycled back. Labadie out at the front is lead jammer.
Wolfblade taking a really cautious move there because after all that happened in that tussle, it was very difficult to tell which skater he had to come in behind.
Labadie thrown to the outside by Devno.
Wolfblade shaking it off as he skates around the track for another scoring pass.
Labadie tiptoeing around the outside for 4 points.
Wolfblade making it through the pack again, scoring more points.
Looks like no lead jammer for this jam. It will go the full 2 minutes. Calling that jam off while we make sure our skaters are healthy and safe.
Call out to our medics. We're really fortunate to have some great medics on site here, making sure that our skaters are looked after. This isn't a gentle sport, folks. Stuff happens. Our bodies really take a beating, and we're really grateful to have people here to look out for us. The medics are looking after the skaters once something happens, and the referees are our preventative medicine, making sure that everything stays safe for us. Nine minutes, 52 seconds left in this half.
Northern Pikes will see their pivot. Dark Wheel Ducks starting in the box for this next jam. Pack advantage to Natural Born Thrillers. After any big hit like that, our officials like to gather and make sure that everything was on the up and up, discuss what anything might have been seen.
Yeah, sometimes they'll make adjustments if they see anything that they deem to be creating risk to the players or the officials. They'll take things back to the coaches and remind them some of the things they may be doing that they might want to avoid. While we have this break, I just want to call attention to that giant unicorn floaty in turn 3. I don't know who gets to sit in that unicorn floaty later, but it looks pretty swell to me.
That thing has to be at least 10 feet high. I'm very short, so everything looks like 10 feet high to me.
I feel like it could fit an entire derby team inside there.
Oh,
Let's not forget about that pool party tonight, though, the Shenanigans Bout fundraiser. You can buy yourself some rules that can change the outcome of the game. You can purchase yourself a drain, which means that team is down one blocker for an entire jam. But points for that missing blocker will count.
Or what about that wipeout? Anytime before the final 5 minutes, you can just switch the scores, because why not? Everything is made up, and the rules don't matter in shenanigans games.
You can also gain a blocker for one jam. So that, and that would be fun, hey, if you were the lucky recipient of an extra blocker, you could have 2 playing offense or 5 playing defense.
Or 5 playing offense.
The possibilities are endless, really. One could have a nap on the track. I mean, really, you decide.
We are seeing a little switch out in the penalty box. Darkwheel Duck is leaving.
That generally signals maybe an accumulation of penalties to the point at which they are no longer eligible to keep skating.
Possible. Something might have happened there. We've got a new pivot, though, sitting in the box for the Northern Pikes. They will still start down.
We will not speculate on why that has happened. When a skater is serving time in a penalty box and does need to leave the game, a substitution is always put in place so that the blocker advantage is still in place.
We did get confirmation from our amazing ref crew that 9-2 skating for Northern Pikes, Darkwheel Duck has been ejected from this game, and so we will not be seeing Darkwheel Duck again for the remainder of this game. Pivot No Elbows will be starting in the box as the substitute.
On the track for the Natural Born Thrillers, we have Murderous Muffin, Cinderfella, Peacemaker, and Wrecker. Jamming for them, Bradass. Lead jam was awarded.
But after being hit out and an attempt at recycling, GoldenEye says, no thank you, I'll stop this jam.
And with more than a 20-point lead at this point in the game, they're just wanting to maintain that lead any way possible.
On the line, we will see Nemesis for the Natural Born Thrillers up against Mystic for Northern Pikes. Still blocker advantage for the Natural Born Thrillers. And some excellent offensive work here at the front. We'll see Nemesis as lead.
Yeah, Dev now creating opportunities for Nemesis. And now delivering some defense.
The Mystic shrugging off some very hard hits.
We've got Reaper, She-Hulk, Devnell, and Downhill on the defense for the Natural Born Thrillers.
With a hit out from Devnell, Mystic is recycled.
Up front doing a great job of defense was QT Sly, No Elbows, Dynamite, and Pip.
Nemesis calls it off just as the Mystic gets through. 3 points for Nemesis.
We have a 20-point game here. This is not an insurmountable lead. The Natural Born Thrillers will be looking to gain that advantage again.
Kirby on the line for the Northern Pikes. Wolfblade Jr. for the Natural Born Thrillers will start this jam. Kirby putting pressure on that inside line is called lead with Wolfblade Jr. right behind. Wolfblade Jr. catching up to Kirby. Little bit of jammer on jammer love there. Kirby calls the jam, 0-0.
A little playful action there between our jammers. You know, we may get rough on the track, but we're all friends when the game is over. We're all friends when the jam is over, to be honest.
Bradass back on the line for the Thrillers. Labadie for the Northern Pikes.
And blocking for the Natural Born Thrillers, we have She-Hulk, Nemesis, Rebecca, and downhill. For the Northern Pikes, KT Slide, Dynamite, Crazy D, and Pip. An excellent takeout at the end there by Pip.
Pulling Bradass to the back, knocking Bradass to the in. We're getting some nice recycles here from both teams. Bradass out on the inside is awarded lead. Labadie right behind.
Some excellent defense by both blocking groups.
With a very fast pack, we've got Bradass engaging, calling that jam off.
And a little tangle at the end of the jam.
3
Not
points
unusual.
go to Bradass.
Sorry.
Nope. 3 points Labadie, 2 points Bradass there.
Takes a tremendous amount of volunteers to make an event like this happen. There are volunteers working the door, looking after the track maintenance, making sure that your live stream is happening, selling tickets, selling merch, coaching, NSOing, refereeing. Thanks to everybody that makes that happen.
Wolfblade Jr. fighting a 4 defensive wall at the front, getting some offensive help there. Through for lead, the Mystic at the back of the pack.
Wolfblade always able to find the narrowest margin to get through on those lines. The Nemesis or the Mystic still working their way through the pack.
With a hit out from She-Hulk there on the inside. The Mystic back to the back.
I think Wolfblade's ankles are hinged a different way.
With some offensive help from Devnull, Wolfblade Jr. back through for another 4 points.
The Mystic headed to the box for a cut track.
Power jam for Wolfblade Jr. and the Natural Born Thrillers.
This was the jam that the Natural Born Thrillers were looking for. They've closed that gap. And with the Northern Pikes jammer in the box,
Some
we
incredible
may in fact see the lead
coordinated
change we've been
offense.
looking for.
You're good. I'm going so slow.
With some great coordinated offense from the Natural Born Thrillers, Wolfblade Jr. back around and through once again. This is a lead change. Wolfblade Jr. calls it off. An incredible 24-point
points.
jam, Wolfblade Jr.
I'm going to need a refill on my tea.
Official review being called by the Northern Pikes.
It's a great time to use an official review at this point in the game. If you've got one left in your pocket, you might as well pull it out. And it could signal a major advantage to you when the points are so close.
A 3-point difference with 3.5 minutes left in this half. Very close game. Incredible derby happening.
Got some thank yous or anything.
Shout outs to our track maintenance crew of volunteers. Thank you so much. Coming up next on track 1 will be Team Divergence versus the Eves of Destruction. And after that tonight will be our fundraiser game, Pool Party Shenanigans.
I wonder how many lead changes we might have in these last 3.5 minutes of roller derby. All I know is I'm completely out of beverages. Folks, don't forget that there's an entire other game or other day of roller derby bouts tomorrow.
More derby tomorrow?
2 full tracks of roller derby.
Official review from Northern Pikes was seeking a forearm call on a blocker from the Natural Born Thrillers. They will not get that call. They will not retain their official review, but they did get a nice little timeout of it.
At this point in the game, a nice long timeout is like a tall drink of water.
Speaking of a nice long timeout, we've got a timeout called. This is a team timeout for the Natural Born Thrillers. A chance for everyone to catch their breath and really reset for the end of this game.
Little back-to-back timeout calls means a really long break for these folks. But again, like I said, if you've got them, why not use them? Don't forget that there is a MVP up for grabs, a tournament MVP. You can go on the Flat Track Fever website or Facebook page to find the Google form where you can vote for your MVP of Flat Track Fever 2025. There's a $250 gift certificate up for grabs for that award. Like I said, I'd like to campaign for that. Do announcers get awards? I feel like an MVP.
Trip, you are an MVP. You're my favorite person. My very favorite person.
Oh, Lethal. Does this mean we're married?
Wow, a big leap from Bradass to start this jam. Bradass is lead. Kirby coming around the outside just behind. Got a quick pack here.
I feel like Bradass has like this bag of tricks, and if he's made it to this point in the game, hasn't used them, then he will. There we go.
Bradass with a huge jump into the worm does see 4 points picked up, keeping the Northern Pikes 2-0 in that jam. 154 Thrillers, 147 Northern Pikes. Little under 3 minutes left in this period.
It's like a Bradass bingo card, I think. He's like, have I done the worm yet? So he creates an opportunity.
I'm sure somebody's bingo card just got a little more full from that.
That should be a thing. You know, one of my home leagues, I have several. We do a little bit of a derby bingo, and we put all kinds of interesting things that can occur in a derby game, so people look out for theirs, and you can win prizes. Speaking of prizes, get yourself a raffle ticket. For a $2 donation, you can get yourself a raffle ticket, and you can drop it into the bin of any one of a bunch of fantastic prizes from local businesses. Don't miss your chance to do that.
Natural Born Thrillers will start this next jam down 1.
While you're over there checking out the Chinook Roller Derby booth where you can purchase a raffle ticket, you can also get your bid in to put a pie in the face of a coach.
On the line is GoldenEye for Northern Pikes and Bradass for the Thrillers.
That nice long timeout meant that Bradass could go out for back-to-back jams, but did not get lead jam in this one.
GoldenEye out with lead just a little bit in front of Bradass. Very fast moving pack. Northern Pikes have a lot riding on this jam, trying to pick up some points.
GoldenEye hoping to make up some points and decides not to risk Bradass picking up any of them.
3 points. That brings us to a 4-point game. Are y'all enjoying this roller derby?
Let's hear it for this game, you guys. This is some outstanding roller derby.
Let's hear it for those outside pack refs on that jam. I'm exhausted just watching you.
I think all of these referees are going to need a foot bath later. Maybe they'll have a foot bath whilst watching the shenanigans bout with an umbrella in their drink.
Official review being called now. This is the Natural Born Thrillers official review. Great time to use it, less than 2 minutes left. Opportunity to maybe make a little bit of a difference for this end game.
We'll find out what this review was about in a minute. May also be a creative timeout at this point in the game. Both teams looking to get enough energy for this last minute and 23 of roller derby to see if they can be the ones to get the win.
You know, Trip, I've heard that only winners get dinner.
I was
They
just
look
going to say
hungry
that.
to
I was
me.
just going to say both teams look hungry. Both teams want some dinner at this point. Who will it be? I have a feeling they're going to eat something, whether it's dinner or not. Speaking of eating, don't forget to bid on your chance to put a pie in the face of one of these coaches, hoping that pie is tasty so that they can maybe make it a snack. Two of the coaches up for bid are in this game right now. They'd probably welcome a big piece of pie in the pie hole right now.
Natural Born Thrillers were looking for 3 points in that last jam. They will not be awarded. They will not retain the official review, but Wolfblade Jr. is out, lead jammer.
Lead jammer's crucial at this point in the game. It gives you control, allows you to manage the points differential.
Labadie thrown to the out by She-Hulk will be recycled to the back.
Wolfie scoring 4 points on that pass. Looking to increase the lead. And a power jam, which is going to make it very difficult for the Northern Pikes to score any points. This is exactly the scenario that the Natural Born Thrillers were looking for.
4 more points for Wolfblade Jr.
23 seconds left in the period.
With some offense and 1 skate on the inside line, Wolfblade Jr. through the pack again.
Folks, let's get on our feet here. This is your hometown team.
Running up the inside line. This is a huge jam for Natural Born Thrillers. Wolfblade Jr. calls it off. 20 points picked up in that jam. Waiting for an official score.
Please stay away from the track. Do not come onto the ref lane until the official score has been indicated. Please stay off the ref lane.
Please wait for the official score to be determined before lining up. Or don't, whatever.
Well, that was quite a game, Lethal. It was super fun to announce that game with you.
Trip, what a pleasure it has been. And that's the call. Natural Born Thrillers 174, Northern Pikes 150. Incredible game. Congratulations to both teams on a great game.
I think they both deserve dinner.
I agree. Dinner all around.
Thanks for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But don't forget that there's another game on this track following this one. We have Team Divergence against the Eves of Destruction. Don't go away.
Perfect. Okay.
Mute. Is that mic off?
Check. Yep, this guy's good.
Yep.
Yeah, this one should be off here.
Yeah, it should be. That's this one.
Yeah.
So it can stay unmuted.
Okay.
This is the wireless.
Oh, okay, good.
See?
Yep. Beauty. All right. Let's do it.
Have you? Yeah, you've played with that before, right?
Just on the other track, but it seems
Oh wait,
pretty.
I'm gonna run an ad.
Okay, sure. Welcome back, roller derby fans, to this second last game of the evening. Here we have Team Divergence versus the Eves of Destruction. First, taking a look at the Eves of Destruction roster, we have number 112, Mina Cat Scratch. Number 14, Ragnarok. 1701, Petty LaBelle. 222, Sarah Labadie. Number 302, Easy Break Oven. 33, Daibo. 4590, Bad Habit Barbie. Number 78, Debbie Scary. Number 1171, Snuffy. Number 143, Pinball. 203 is Willow Whips. 30, Mary Chaos. 318, Dodge Inya. 36, Bonnie Riot. And number 66, the YouTube-friendly version, we're going to say, That Dumb Bitch. Beach.
So what do you guys like in the penalty box? 6?
For the Eves of Destruction A team, your roster is number 00, Fanny in the pack. Number 09, Raven. 13, Slam It, Janet. 27, Honey Crueler. 452, The Frenzy. 505, F Lawless. 705, Violet Criminal. 78, Jerry Can. 02, Bazooka Langley. 1166, The Wife of Wrath. 250, Bugsy. 4, Terminate Her. 5, Florence and the Machine. 654, Goose. And 73, Tombstone. I'm here on the mic, Doug Drillmore, and joining me for the first time ever is
Satanic Panic.
welcome, welcome. This looks to be an excellent matchup. So we're going to see, we're going to have the numbers up here. So here, we'll be able to... Yes, we can. That whistle means this jam is underway. Don't forget, right after this is the Shenanigans game. Get those pool party themed hosts in. We have Easy Break Oven out behind. Goose for lead jammer. Both packs running fast. Easy Break has passed Goose, who decides to call it off. So basically with announcing, our key things are to let everyone know who the jammers are, who gets the lead, what's happening. Things things to avoid. Obviously, this is streamed on YouTube, so we gotta keep our language pretty plain and clear. We also need to make sure that we're not giving information that isn't widely known. So, like, if there's, I don't know, a jammer sneaking out of the penalty box, we can't mention that until they're in the pack.
Yeah.
Up on the jam line this time for Divergence is number 1-4 Ragnarok. And they're jamming up against number 2-7 Honey Crueler for the Eves of Destruction. Both jammers stuck behind tripods, pushing hard. Looks like Ragnarok's starting to make a bit of a progress. First penalty of the game called a direction of gameplay. Woo! Almost a minute in, and finally, Eves of Destruction, Honey Crueler out for lead. Star is stashed for, or Star has been passed successfully to. Yeah, go ahead.
Stuffy has taken the star for Eves of Destruction. He's making their way at the front of the pack and gets through.
Perfect. The bench tells her to call it off, and we do. Let's see how many points. Ooh, that was worth 3 points on the board, the first 3 of the game. That'd be scary.
That's Bad Habit Barbie on for Team Divergent and Jerry Can on for Eves of Destruction. And Jerry gets lead.
Ooh, Jerry threw for 4 points, looking good. Bad Habit Barbie still fighting in the front. Gets the pass off to 6-6. Oh man, it's a lot easier that had the names on the other track. Great star pass there, but another 8 points for the Eves of Destruction. Pivot standing up at the pivot line. Sponsored by Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop. There's still time. They're only here yesterday and today, so get to Bad Girlfriend before you lose your chance. Back's gone back to the jam line with the Frenzy versus Sarah Labadie. Just been looking up there. What? Labadie. Yeah, go ahead.
Labadie takes lead jam.
And it's on a power jam. Offense comes in, only 2 to beat left at the front of the pack. Cycling forward, the pack is stretched out as the Frenzy returns.
Labadie still fighting her way through. Finally gets it to the front of the pack. And calls it off.
That puts up the first 4 points for Divergence, bringing our game to 11-4. Lining up on the jam line is Easy Break Oven and Bugsy for the Eves of Destruction. A timeout's called. Looks to be an official timeout, releasing a blocker from the box. Both teams at full strength now. The jammers cross the full mobility chiropractic jam line. Easy Break Oven using that long stride to go from lane 4 to 1 in just one push. Bugsy sent to the penalty box, giving an opportunity for full team offense. Oh, they're going to be joined by Patty LaBelle. Easy's earned lead, but was recycled back. Now they're out on the scoring lap. Dips through the back. No. No, unfortunately. I got to get back to Kim and Nathan. I'm sorry. I know. I would have, absolutely, but like, I know.
And Bugsy gets through, getting their initial pass.
I know. Four more points for Team Divergent, doubling their score to 8. Stepping up to the jam line for Team Divergent is Ragnarok.
And up for Eves of Destruction, Goose.
Both jammers sprinting to the pack. Looks like Ragnarok's gonna have lead jam for this one.
And Goose follows, getting their initial pass.
Ragnarok spun around, earning 1 point. The scoreboard for this game is brought to you by Youth Singers of Calgary, as well as the MRDA Championship in Salem, Oregon, happening this fall. Honey Crueler and Bad Habit Barbie are on the line, or rather, stuck deep into opposing tripods. Willow Whips with a nice catch on the outside. Both teams opting for a cushion fourth rather than offense. Those beautiful tripods have turned into scrums in the middle of the pack, but a cut track has been called on Honey Crueler.
On
Giving
Bad Habit Barbie.
Bad Habit Barbie. On Bad Habit Barbie, giving Honey Crueler a power jam. For some reason, the purple and white purple is really messing with me.
Yeah, it is with me.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
Willow Whip's about to join their jammer in the Genuine penalty box. I still can't get over the fact that Genuine sponsored the penalty box. It makes me very happy. A bit of a tumble, but that tumble's worth getting out of the pack. And 4 points for Honey Crueler. Bad Habit Barbie back in the pack, pushing through the middle. Honey Krulu decides to call off the jam there.
Divergent calls an official review.
That gives us an opportunity to talk about the raffle that's going on by that main entrance. There have been generous donations made by the Carriage House for a dine-and-stay package, which includes a one-night stay in a premium room with a full hot breakfast buffet for up to 2 people and a $50 credit to any of their food and beverage outlets. Callaway Park is offering 4 general admission tickets. Fit Set Ninja Calgary, unleash your inner ninja. Calgary's premier ninja tricking and parkour gym. There's a gift certificate for that for 5 open gym sessions. Notable, the restaurant is a locally sourced Canadian dishes, is offering a $50 gift certificate. The Hangar Museum has a family membership for 1 year up for grabs with this raffle. And last but certainly not least is Women's Sports, giving a family mini golf package. Definitely get your extra raffle tickets before they run out. Labadee versus Jerry Can. And Jerry Can out for lead. Looks like Labadee is living up to their name in the genuine penalty box. Jerry Can's pushing through. One has to drop off to bridge. Can they continue in 2-3? Safe in 2-3. Oh, sneaks by in lane 1. That was hard fought, 4 points, but that's 4 points on the board. Labadee is up and through. Back from the box, 4D, both teams going hard.
Jerry Can makes it through again, getting another 4 points before calling it off.
That 8 brings us to 12 total, brings us to 28 for the Eves of Destruction versus Team Divergence 9. 20. I'm going to stop saying numbers.
Easy Break Oven and the Wife of Wrath on the line this next jam.
Easy pushing through, but the Wife of Wrath is now passed.
Easy Break manages to get lead.
Fantastic forward cycling by the Team Divergent blockers. Easy spinning, looking for an opportunity, but Eves of Destruction are not making it easy. Easy finally steps through, picking up another 4 points. Easy Break Oven, a long veteran of Derby, able to get back into the pack for a couple, not quite anymore, but calls it off before the opposing jammer can get in and score some against.
Up next is Ragnarok and Tombstone. And it looks like Ragnarok immediately gets through and gets the lead jam.
Tombstone pushing through a wall of purple. bouncing back and forth. Great resets.
Ragnarok has already made it back into the pack.
Snuffy sent to the penalty box.
Tombstone makes it through, getting her initial pass.
Three points earned on that jam. I'm sure you've been seeing it, but I just saw Curb Stomp and Coleshaw run by in a water donut getting ready for the shenanigans bout happening after this. Bad Habit Barbie versus Goose. Goose out for lead. Bad Habit Barbie back at the Genuine penalty box, joining their pivot. Goose consistently staying safe in 2 and 3, pushing through. I love that jamming style. Full team lined up for offense. Goose calls for it. But it looks like Team Divergent was ready and was able to stay ahead of it. Counter offense is so important when you get into these power jam situations.
Bad Habit Barbie back on the track, makes it through for her initial.
Those 6 points on the board bring our totals to 30 for the Eves of Destruction and 16 for Team Divergent. Still a very tight game. Just about halfway through the first period. Quick official review, making sure that everything is squared away. Gives me time to bring up the MVP prize for the whole tournament. You can vote via a QR code that's posted around the room, or you go to the Flat Track Fever Facebook page. Vote for your favorite player, or NSO, or coach, or whoever you want. Scan the QR code to complete the tournament MVP nomination form. Only one vote per player. Voting can be done at any time throughout the weekend, but if you know you want to vote for it, just lock it in. The winner will receive a Rydell Skates MVP prize of a $250 gift certificate. Man, that'd be nice. Looks like our official review is coming to a close. And we got Lebede and Honey Kruller on the line. Jammers have crossed the Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop jam line and are now, or the pivot line, and are now out for lead.
Honey Kruller already back for more, makes it through, scoring 4 points.
That was a really cool one-footed spin for a ticket out of there. There's Labadee out.
So, Labadee? Labadee. With a real focus on bad. Okay. I'm working on it.
I'm not.
Again.
Lining up at the Full Mobility Chiropractic Jam line, we have Easy Break Oven and Jerry Can. Jerry Can pushing to the front. Easy break, seizing an opportunity, has one to beat. Does it. Really digging in lane 3 on the curve. Jerry Can stashes the start, but doesn't need to pass. Willow Whip's headed to the Genuine penalty box. Big knockout by Slam It Jam It on easy break on the outside. Easy break now joining her teammates in the penalty box, leading to a power jam for Jerry Can and the Eves of Destruction. Pikes moving quickly.
Being that easy break got lead jam, this will now be a 2-minute jam.
Jerry Can hit the pack first, now calling for offense.
She makes it through, getting 4 points.
I love you, Duck.
Easy break, back in the pack, pushing her way through it. She's at the front, and she...
Man, I gotta say, I fell for that juke. Jerry Can hitting the pack, easy break, stringing them out well in front. That was a good 40 feet, but the excellent bridging. Easy through again, saying, I don't care, I got a penalty, I'll just score all the points anyways. There ends the highest scoring jam we've had so far this game. Looks like a total of 16 for Eves of Destruction on that one and 8 for Team Divergent.
Up next on the line is Ragnarok and the Frenzy.
It's just so fun to see the characters out and about, like Duck and... Both jammers stuck a bit in a scrum. The Frenzy seeing some light, but Ragnarok out for lead. Oh, toe. That's 4 toes and 4 points.
As Slam It Janet successfully takes the star pass.
It's been some really clean passes so far this game. Big 7 points for Team Divergent, narrowing that gap. Stepping up to the full mobility chiropractic jammer line is Bat Habit Barbie and Bugsy. Bat Habit Barbie doing a great push in lanes 2, 3, coming up the front into turn 1. Some offense opening up lanes, but she's still got 2 to beat. Oh!
And Bugsy makes it out first.
Fanny in the pack with a full recycle on Bad Habit Barbie.
Lead jam.
Bad Habit Barbie going to the Genuine penalty box, making this a power jam. Bugsy finding it out for the first scoring pass. Calling it off, freezing both Bugsy and the pivot in the box.
It's like, is this Special American official penalty designation? Snuffy. Team timeout calls? Yes. Yeah.
Divergence calling a team timeout. Start keeping an eye out for colorful characters around. They're getting dressed for the Shenanigans Brawl. It's going to be one heck of a game. There are special pool party rules posted around the arenas. Check them out to see which ones you want to purchase. Cannonball, Riptide, Drain, Bubbles, what could they mean?
And it looks like Team Divergent has called for an official review.
While we're on a pause, let's talk about all the wonderful vendors we have here in the room. The Alberta College of Massage Therapy, massage students to help ease those aches and pains from on and off the track. I know a bunch of our crude assassins have been using them throughout the weekend. Bad Girlfriend Skates, roller skate, apparel, gear, accessories, and more. Check out Bad Girlfriend Skates right at the back. Beadworks by Red Karma. It's fundraising for Junior Team Canada. Help them get to Australia this year. Check out their table showing a decadent selection of indigenous beading ranging from jewelry, hair accessories, lanyards, keychain, wristlets, and more.
Also here is Beat Generation. You may have seen them compete recently in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Check out their booth for some hot new merch. And also check out Calgary Junior Roller Derby and Calgary Roller Derby, home of levels 1, 2, and 3 level skaters within Calgary, one of the many junior leagues within Alberta. Check out their table for more information. And are you looking for some items from the Calgary Roller Derby auction hosted online? Look no further. Stop by and pick up your items here before the end of the weekend.
Another booth to help our Junior Team Canada members get their way to Australia is Skelgroove. Assorted goods there. Check it out. There's some really interesting stuff. And last but certainly not least, Untamed Fernie. Designs made for the busy woman who wants to look and feel fabulous. Untamed focuses on creating everyday clothing that is practical and comfortable while also being fun, flattering, and unique. Each piece is enhanced with a special touch by collaborating with local artists, printing their artwork onto fabric, and incorporating their designs into the creations. I know my wife Roddenbraden was down there and picked up a couple pieces. We can just keep going.
Calgary Gumballs from Calgary Super Leagues, the women's division of Super Leagues Calgary for ball hockey. This team has won the opportunity to compete at Canadian Nationals this summer after earning at Canadian Provincials last year. This is the first year that women get the opportunity to compete at this level at the CBHA Nationals Tournament, a division only offered to the men until now. You'll find a fundraising game at their table to help support them in their travels. Make sure to stop by and show your support. Another fundraiser for Junior Team Canada, Derby Girl Chocolates. Fun derby and non-derby themed homemade chocolates. Help support our Junior Team Canada skaters get to Australia.
Team Divergence, a team you'll recognize playing in this game. Also a sponsor, and stop by their table after for merch. Full Mobility Chiropractic, on site to treat skaters and officials. Be sure to book your appointment today. Offering a flat track fever special. which included $50 treatments and custom-made orthotics for $300. You don't want to pass up these amazing prices. MYO Lab, Friday and Saturday only, i.e. only now. Okay, looks like we are back to roller derby. Lining up for Jam 16. Both jammers starting in the box. But now we have Bugsy out.
And Bugsy gets lead jam.
That's very interesting. It's one of the only scenarios in roller derby to start without a jammer on the track. Everyone here in attendance is very lucky to have seen this. Yeah. Labadie is on the line for Divergent versus Goose for Eves of Destruction.
And Goose makes it through very speedily, picking up lead jammer.
Goose is having a terrific game. Jam is called short. Not sure why.
Looks like an official timeout.
Yep.
Hey, talk to you later.
Okay. Okay. If there's like an extended injury thing, it's on us to like throw some stuff up. But we can bring a penalty. Well, we have a couple seconds. Let's take a look at the penalty board online. For Divergence, pretty even across the board, except perhaps Bad Habit Barbie sitting on 4. For Eves of Destruction, keeping that penalty count very low, 4 total.
On the track, it's Easy Break Hoven and Honey Crueler picking up lead jammer.
Easy takes the star off while Honeybreak comes in for their scoring pass. Easy gets a knockout and runs Crueler back a little bit. That's that, yeah, I jam, but I also block experience showing.
Honey Crueler getting through, scoring 4 points and calling it off.
Easy was still on the mission. I don't know why. Easy was still on the mission. Didn't need to.
Yeah. I think they were worried about the passing.
Yeah, yeah.
These really low scores.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, right? Not like hundreds. Ragnarok on the line for Team Divergent. And Fanny in the pack, first time jamming for Eves of Destruction. Ragnarok has had an excellent lead jam percentage so far in this game. Let's see if they keep it up. They do! Hopping over the apex.
And it looks like there's been a successful star pass to Tombstone.
Ragnarok calls it off before Tombstone can hit the pack. But not before picking up all 4 points for Team Divergent. Scores now sitting 64 for Eves to Divergent's 35. Those who know Derby know that that is a very tight game.
And currently on the track, we have Labadie and Jerry Can. Both pushing their way through.
Labadie just one to beat, but she is given trouble.
And it looks like there's been a successful star pass from Jerry Can to the Frenzy.
Getting real low on the outside, but not enough. Wife of Wrath, meanwhile, recycling Labadie all the way to the back of the pack.
Labadie passes the star, making this a double star pass jam.
Another very, very rare event in roller derby.
This also means this jam will be 2 minutes.
Jamming now for Team Divergence is That Dumb But Jammers pushing, only 30 seconds left in the jam. It's always interesting to see after a star pass, can those jammers block? And Labadie's proving that absolutely she can.
The Frenzy gets through, scoring 4 more points.
That dumb bee is sent to the penalty box for a track cut at the end of the jam. Now remember, after a star pass, they will be in the box as a jammer, not as a pivot.
That means Eves of Destruction will start with a power jam.
Goose gets to take advantage of this power jam, and I think that's a fantastic choice for the Eves of Destruction. A cut the track call on Goose.
Looks like we're gonna have a jammer swap. Goose will only have to sit for as long as that dumb bee had to sit before her.
Big hit to the inside by Florence the Machine. But that's enough for that dumb bee to get out for lead. Remember, starting in the penalty box does not make you ineligible for lead jam, but earning a penalty before your lead does.
Both jammers are back on the track, and Goose has made it through for their initial.
That looks like a lot of work for 4 points, but man, are they worth it. The lead is tightened, or the differential is tightened to just 30 points. 76 for the Eves of Destruction to 46 for Team Divergent.
It may seem close, but that really is just 2 good jams away.
Bad Habit Barbie out for a huge lead. Whereas Violet Criminal, first time jamming for Eves of Destruction, is still in the initial pass. Violet out and Cat back on, ready to score points. But Bad Habit Barbie says, no, I will keep my 3.
And that brings us to halftime.
All right, roller derby fans. We're back for the second period of this tight game between Team Divergent and the Eves of Destruction A team. Team Divergent in purple and Eves in white.
And for our first jam back, we've got Easy Break Oven on the line with Goose.
Oh, Easy Break and Goose both had fantastic first periods. Let's see how this jam plays out. Easy Break pushing in between.
Fighting their
Bugsy,
way through the front
yeah,
and
just
getting
past.
lead.
Another star pass to Tombstone, but is caught on the outside with a cut track penalty, heading to the Genuine penalty box.
This leaves Easy Break Oven with a power jam. And we immediately pick up 4 points.
Team Divergent, you made good use of their power jams in the first. Let's see how they do on this one. Beautiful inside sweep. Great offense. Easy Break not even touched as they went through.
Going smooth like a hot knife through butter.
But Tombstone's back out of the penalty box and trying to score some points of their own. Remember, Tombstone went to the box on their initial lap and therefore is now not lead, but has scored no points. Easy Break picks up all 4 for that final pass, bringing their total to 16, the biggest jam that Team Divergent has had so far in this game.
In Derby, the scores may seem far apart, but 30 points is just 2 good jams away.
And we saw that right there with the total difference only being 11 now.
Honey Crueler breaking out of the pack right fast, picking up lead.
Ragnarok, used to getting lead jam themselves, says, wait. I'm going to catch up.
Hot on their tail, Honey Crueler decides to call it off, neither of them getting any points.
Lining up at the full mobility chiropractic jam line, we have Jerry Can for the Eves of Destruction.
And Bad Habit Barbie for Team Divergent.
Bad Habit Barbie looks like they're having a fantastic time out there.
We love to see it. Both pushing at the back of the pack, fighting their way through.
Bad Habit marking some progress, but is downed. Everyone's downed. My goodness.
Jerry Can picking up a penalty, giving Bad Habit Barbie a power jam.
Bad Habit pushing up the middle, nice and safe, stringing him out. Only one left to beat. Oh, and rolls underneath for lead jam.
She's wrapping back around for her potential first scoring pass. Telling her offense to go. She calls it off.
Oh, but not quite in time to freeze Jerry Can in the box. Looks like that penalty had fully elapsed by that 4th whistle.
But she still did score 2 points, bringing the scores to 67 for Divergent and 76 for the Eves of Destruction.
Nice. Yeah. Little palindrome there.
Up
We
next
have
is
Labadie versus
Bazooka Langley, her first time jamming this game.
I don't remember reading that name. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Bazooka looking at the front of the pack, pushing hard. Finds it on the outside for lead. Labadie fighting against everyone, but some offense on the way. Leads her into some splits. Bazooka up against a tripod with some offense to help her out.
Fighting her way through, she scores her first scoring pass, picking up 4 points.
And Divergence has done a star pass to that Dumbee.
Important, just shiny things. I'm loving seeing everything that's.
Lining up on the full mobility chiropractic jammer line is Easy Break Oven versus Bugsy. We've seen this matchup before.
Both hot into the pack, and Easy Break is pushing their way to the front and makes it through, picking up lead. But Bugsy doesn't seem to be too far behind.
Easy Break has such incredible control over their edges. Oh, but number 33, Daibo, is going to the Genuine penalty box for a contact penalty.
Easy Break gets through, getting their first scoring pass and calling it off with 4 points. This brings the scores to 71 and 80. It's getting really close. They're catching up.
Jammers line, or the blockers are lined up in a big 4 point up by the Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop, and now they are drifting back down, getting ready to make some real defensive shapes. Goose out for lead. Ragnarok gets knocked out by the Frenzy at the front of the pack.
Meanwhile, Goose has just scored their first scoring pass.
The Wife of Wrath has been a tour de force out on the track so far today.
It's a power jam for Snuffy, who took the star pass.
And no, just time for a quick hug for her teammate, Patty LaBelle. Patty LaBelle.
Up at the front, fighting her way through.
Good sweep offense on Team Diversion's side, really stringing those last blockers out. Let Snuffy through for 4 points. Snuffy pulls a direction of gameplay penalty on the Wife of Wrath. Not having to jam past them is going to really help out.
Snuffy makes it through, scoring another 4 points. Only 10 seconds left in the jam.
Team Diversion back into some excellent tripods. The reforms both these teams are able to pull off has been very impressive all game.
And she gets another 4, making that a 12-point jam.
I'm not going to lie, whenever I'm pivoting and I receive a star pass and the opposing jammer gets a penalty, my heart dies a bit, but I think that Snuffy really excelled in that one.
Up next is a matchup we've seen before. It's Labadie and Honey Cruller.
Honey Cruller finding another dense tripod of Divergent at the front. Both teams full 4 defense. I'm really enjoying this defensive-oriented game, and we are seeing that effect on the scoreboard. This might be one of the lowest scoring games we've had in the entire tournament.
But Labadie picks up a penalty and is headed to the box.
That's leading to a power jam for Honey Cruller on the eaves of destruction.
Lead has still not been declared, almost a full minute into the jam.
In jam ref talk, that means lead is open. One left to beat.
Honey Cruller makes it through, finally picking up that lead.
That was a minute 15 before lead was declared. That was well earned. If you look around the room, you'll see a lot of floaties being set up. Check out the Shenanigans game happening right here on track 1, right after this. On the jam line, I'm seeing Jerry Can versus Easy Break Oven. Jerry Can pushing through, getting a multiplayer called on their opponents. Easy Break right behind about half a track. The pack has picked up speed, trying to burn those penalties. That's a terrific call by Willow Whips. Racing the pack when you have 2 in the box is one of the only and best times, or best and only good times to race the pack. Stepping up to the full mobility chiropractic jamming line, we have Ragnarok and Tombstone.
Having some jammer on jammer blocking there from Ragnarok as both make their way into the pack. But Tombstone still makes it out first, picking up lead. Ragnarok is hot on her tail as they race around to get back to the pack.
Looks like Divergent was able to establish the front of the pack, and that's why Tombstone called it off.
Up next, we're going to see Labadie and the Wife of Wrath.
Oh, Wife of Wrath has been a force on the blocking side. Let's see how they do jamming. Oh, Labadie out for lead. That was quick. Wife of Wrath knocked to the outside. But a no pass, no point means that they can continue.
Labadie calls it off before either can score any points.
This has been a 5-point game for what feels like forever. If you were on this track in the last game, you saw how close that game was. This one's proving to be even closer. Who knows what will happen next in the Shenanigans?
On the track now, we have Goose and Bad Habit Barbie. A repeat matchup that continues to be very interesting to watch.
They're pushing hard through some solid tripods.
Some
High
very-
block being assessed to Florence the Machine.
Some very high level and very solid blocking happening so far this game.
And a cut the track being assessed to Goose, leaving Bad Habit Barbie on a power jam. Bad Habit Barbie has voluntarily removed their helmet cover though, so there will be no lead for this jam. Team Divergent hoping that a no pack is enough, and it was to get Bad Habit Barbie out of the pack and scoring 4 points. Bad Habit Barbie looking to change the lead in this game with this lap. Let's see.
Goose has now rejoined her on the track for the last 30 seconds of this jam.
Goose is still on their initial though. Skater slowing down to a crawl, pushing through. That jam comes to its full and natural conclusion.
Bad Habit Barbie picked up 3 more points, changing the lead, making it now 90 for Team Divergent to Eves of Destruction's 88.
Their first time leading in this game. 13 minutes left.
This is a tight game, and I can't wait to see more. And we have another repeat matchup with Easy Break Oven and Honey Cruller on the lines. And Easy Break makes it through super quick, very smooth. But Honey Crueller's just behind her.
This is where we get to see if Easy Break's going to go into full clock management or if they're going to look to continue to pick up points. Multiple scoring passes it is the decision for Easy Break. I think I can get behind that decision as well. I think that's a strong strategy. And it's paying off as Easy is already through.
Now getting recycled to the back of the pack, we're seeing more of this really intense blocking we've been seeing all game.
Oh, a big apex jump by Easy Break Oven. Widening the lead. .43 seconds left in the jam. Both jammers working hard all game.
It's been a very hard-fought jam so far and a very hard-fought game.
Easy back in the pack, weaving through the opposition.
Makes it through again, making that their 3rd scoring pass.
Team Diversion doing some excellent blocking on Honey Crueler. They haven't been able to hold this jammer like this all game. Star pass at the very end to Slam It Janet. Official review has been called by the Eves of Destruction.
While we have a minute, I'd love to remind you that following this is going to be our shenanigans game. So stick around to watch our players shake their tail feathers while it's the Pink Flamingos versus the Rubber Duckies. This game is going to have some special pool party rules that'll make it extra interesting.
Nice, Liz.
If you look around, you might see people wearing yellow and pink or some very interesting outfits. These are our players getting ready.
That was excellent.
I thought of the shaky tail feathers thing. I think during halftime or just before,
Yeah, man. And that's like the fun thing, and you'll see like as you're announcing, people will make notes and stuff, and like you can set yourself up for success by doing that. Whenever I'm announcing, I like to get here like a good 10-15 minutes early, read through all of the names and make sure that I'm not like second guessing them, and I say them aloud to make sure that like I'm not mispronouncing Labadee. But like all these things, right?
I totally get that.
Yeah, and going through these things so that, again, you're not reading them for the first time.
On the track, we have Ragnarok back to getting lead. Jerry Can still in the pack, has already done a star pass to Tombstone. Checking if their jam ref said, are you in or out? Okay.
And Ragnarok calls it off after getting their 4 points, widening their lead.
Just jam by jam, that's all you need to do at this point in the game. Next on the line, we have Labadee versus Bugsy. Labadee sees their line, and they are out. Bugsy makes it through as well. Beautiful outside line toe stop work. Not once, but twice by Labadee.
Calling it off just as once she's sure she's gotten all
Earns
4
4
points.
Less than 10 minutes remaining and only 20 points between these two teams. Timeout has been called by the Eves of Destruction. Just want to remind everybody about a couple of sponsors we have. The Jam Line is being sponsored by Full Mobility Chiropractic. The Pivot Line, sponsored by Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop. Today is your last day for Bad Girlfriend Skate Shop to be here, so make sure you get over to that booth, pick up all of the laces, wheels that you need for the rest of the weekend. The Penalty Box, of course, wonderfully sponsored by Genuine. Our scoreboard announcements are sponsored by Youth Singers of Calgary, as well as the Men's Roller Derby Association Championship here, well, not here, but in Salem, Oregon. Five seconds is called. Snuffy versus the Frenzy on the line. Frenzy out for lead while Snuffy's recycled back. Oh, a good line it looked, and there we go. Snuffy is out, Frenzy is out, lots of skaters on the ground. The jam is called off quickly, though. That's 4 frees of destruction, tightening. I see Easy Break Oven and Goose on the full mobility chiropractic jam line. An official review is called. As we get later in the game, it is more and more important for every jam to be perfect.
Now we're back in the action, and it's Easy Break Oven up against Goose.
Easy knock to the inside, but quickly rejoins the pack. Both teams rocking their full 4 defense.
Goose pushing that tripod up. So far, now we have a very tight-knit pack.
The tripods are overlapping, but everyone is scrambling to reset. Jammers not finding a path until Goose, a multiplayer block.
Got a very, very stretched back with some bridging.
Bazooka called for a multiplayer. Goose coming around for points after a full minute of fighting for lead. Dodginia with a big hit on the outside to Goose. My goodness, you watch a jam like that and then you see 1 point on the board and you say, okay, I'll take the 1. What? No, I'm not.
In this jam, we have Ragnarok and Honey Crueler fighting their way through. Ragnarok running her way to the front, getting lead.
Chased out by Funny in the back, but not caught. Fanny in the pack going to the box for a forearm. That is the genuine penalty box. Ragnarok knocked to the outside and recycled. Pinball going to the box for Team Divergent. Jammer on Jammer. Ragnarok calls it off. Let's see where these points settle out.
I mean, it's good conditioning. You're like training not like this. So,
An 11-2 jam brings our scores to 123 to 99.
24 points in 5 minutes separate these two teams from the end of the game. Labadie versus Jerry Can again. Each team with a skater in the box. Jerry Can out for lead with Labadie right behind. Two points for Jerry Can on that one on the track and one returning from the box. Remember, if you're not If you're in the box, your point is scored when the opposing jammer passes the first skater on your team.
Here we have Bad Habit Barbie up against Tombstone. Both are pushing their way through at the back, but Barbie looks like she's pushing her way. Now she's at the front. It's a very tight and close pack.
Dodginia heading to the genuine penalty box, leaving no offense for Tombstone. Almost a full minute later, we have Tombstone out with lead and Bad Habit Barbie right behind.
I can't see the angle. Is that all 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all 4 points for the Eves of Destruction on that one, bringing their total to 105.
Here on the line next, we have Easy Break Oven and Violet Criminal, who we haven't seen jam much so far this game. Oh, but an official timeout is called.
The excitement in the building is starting. We have this tight game, only 20 points between the two teams as that score was slightly reset to 103. But I'm seeing a lot of shenanigans brewing. Easy Break cycle to the inside and behind the pack where they're neck and neck with Violet Criminal. This feels very much like 2015 Derby where everyone's just scrumming it up in the middle at the pivot line.
These are some brutal blockers to try and get through, but both of them are still pushing their hardest. And it now looks like Easy Break is at the front, but this pack is still super close.
Stopping Easy Break Oven is no easy feat, and they are proving it. Eves of Destruction looking really good out there. Pinball coming through, trying to help. But Bazooka Langley is able to just edge Easy Break out.
And
we
Violet.
finally see lead jam. Another minute to get lead for Violet Criminal. They're through and scoring now. A huge dog pile on the track, but everyone's up and looking good. The jam is called off after a star pass to Pinball. 2 more points for Eves of Destruction.
It's looking like we might be leading up to our last jam of the game, and on the line is Ragnarok and Goose.
Oh, both these skaters have had a terrific game so far. As we've said before, this is still anyone's game at this point. Oh, huge juke by Ragnarok to get lead. And a quick star pass. But it looks like the star pass was not correct. And Damage Janet is not your jammer for the Eves of Destruction. Ragnarok sees that the period clock has fully elapsed and decides to call it off.
This confirms the win for Team Divergent.
Big 126 to 105. What a comeback. Incredible game of roller derby. Huge, huge congratulations to both teams. That was a well fought game. Thank you so much to all of the on and off skates officials. I am Doug Drillmore, and with me has been
Satanic Panic playing in the Shenanigans game after this.
Well, I can teach